This is from the US Treasury Department, citing an interview Besant with Fox News, saying that the underlying economy is very strong. We're going to get on the other side of the Iran conflict, and inflation will come back to target.
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. Welcome back one more time to freaking Nasdaq's volatility. So, yeah, no one is immune when the market is, doing that kind of a crazy movement, which we saw at the open. As you can see, right? Some miss, some hit. It's wild movement out there. Be careful, guys. Trade smaller size.
And Kansas City Fed manufacturing 1919. It's a reminder that the US is to sell $92 billion in 3-month bills June 29th, settled on July 2nd, and they're to sell $79 billion in 6-month bills June 29th, to settle on the same day as well, July 2nd. UK TMO gets report of incident 7.5 nautical miles southeast of Oman's Dahit.
Stop filled.
Blaze, Naveen, RM, Claudia, Jane, Gaurav, Advisor, Ron, Solin, Victus. Welcome all. Good morning. Thanks for joining.
UK MTO says cargo vessel was hit by unknown projectile near Oman.
So if somebody doesn't know what was the reason why we sold off, it was Apple. Had negative news right before the open.
MTO says Master has reported no casualties and no environmental impact.
Went straight into the 2 deviation move. It took it from Monday all the way till Thursday to reach the weekly expected move lower edge, but just took 15 minutes. I tell you, right, whenever my levels are lost, the hedging kicks in, algorithm takes over, selling big at selling. 4 days to reach the weekly low, but just 15 minutes to go from 1 weekly standard deviation into 2 standard deviation on the downside. And looks like there is, at least little bit of pause here at the 2 deviation, and now we might even continue sell off further. If the market overall sells off, more downside could come. 3 deviation mode on the Apple.
Stop filled.
No, just use YouTube's method. It's fine, RM. I don't want to accept any direct monies from anyone. This is one of the reason why I don't have my own website, or I don't collect money directly via credit card or anything like that. I don't want to deal with the money directly. It's okay. YouTube has their global platform. It's standard. And sometimes, it's good for me from the tax, perspective. It is also good from me because some of the countries, there are some legal issues. You cannot accept money coming directly from someone, maybe in the Cyprus, maybe from Switzerland, I don't know, right? So yeah, that's why I preferred being on YouTube. Google takes care of all the legal issues, like, in any country, if you're not supposed to do business with some region, they take care of all the restrictions and the laws. Can I feed you with ghar ki dahi, homemade yogurt? Oh man, this market is really going to keep us on our toes as it becomes so big. $30,000 product. It moved 800 points just like that. 15 minutes of the open moved 700-800 points. The problem is here is again a double bottom could come, and if we stay short and it rips up, there could be a V-shaped recovery of another 600 point on the upside. So you're screwed either way.
Oil futures extend gains. US and Brent crude up by $1 a barrel on the Wall Street Journal report that Iran plans to make billions in fees from reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Thanks, RM. Appreciate your super chat. Thanks, RM. Yeah. I that's what I was telling my members. I have been telling my members, new paradigm members, since last Friday. This market is not seeing any buying. I mean, the rallies you are seeing is just the short squeezes. There's no real buying going on in the market in any of the big product, apart from some sectors, financials, healthcare. They are doing well, and that is one of the reason why Dow made a new all-time high, guys, this morning. Russell is at new all-time highs. Russell is already saved. Russell is saved if there is a interest rate hike going to happen, 2, 3, 1, whatever. Russell is saved for that sell-off. For Kevin Walsh, it is reserved. Oh, that is actually reserved. That table is reserved for Kevin Walsh. Russell sell-off. It will happen when the interest rate hike, fears resurface. in the headlines. That is where Russell will sell off. It is been preserved for that sell off, but meanwhile, semiconductors are still strong. We saw Micron's earning yesterday. That's why we are not seeing the full capitulation low here. But technology is weak, guys. Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Google, Broadcom.
Fed bids for week bills total $5.5 billion.
Stop filled.
Oh, Dow is okay. Dow achieved, right? Dow achieved its objective. So now, I mean, technicalities is over. So this is Dow, guys, hitting the weekly expected move upper edge, making new all-time highs, and now, yeah. So complete market could be under sell-off now. So yeah, there is nowhere to hide now. Whatever was up, even Russell, you can see, right, starting to sell. So guys, this is problem. We have still Friday. More selling can come in the market. I don't have any bullish intention as of now in this market. Uh, yeah, Indy, you can ask your question. Don't ask for the formula. I can share my members and experts level formula. I have already done that. I cannot share the formula for masters and new paradigm level.
About 9 minutes ago, to get the US 4-week bill auction, prior high yield of 3.58%, prior bid cover of 2.99. So the US looking to sell $70 billion in 4-week bills.
Gold. Gold, your mind will be blown. They work, guys. You know why do you doubt my levels? I can show you. You will scratch your hairs. Oh, look at that. Masters level rejection just before the open into the masters. I think masters you have it, but overnight session, look at that, sell off into the new paradigm level. That's where you got level to level play. If you're watching the structure, buying each of this dip, you still have room for the daily high on the gold, and that weekly expected move lower edge is right over here on gold. It works, man. We have so many levels. It works. You get the reaction, right reaction each time from the levels. Just put the blocks, right? Look at that, new paradigm, new paradigm, new paradigm, new paradigm, new paradigm bounce. Put your circles for masters. You will see what kind of reactions. This is again new paradigm. Yesterday double bottom at new paradigm. Masters, masters. Next target is masters. Next target is the weekly. It works. It works well. They are calculated level. They are based on the order flow. It's based on the institutional order flow. We already know we'll have a reaction when the price goes into that area.
Spot gold rising around 1%.
This is complete sell off, complete V-shaped recovery each time. Huge range in the market.
Five minutes ago, to get the 4-week bill auction, prior high yield of 3.58%, prior bid cover of 2.99. releasing a post from Israel's Channel 12 News that Netanyahu said there are still missions to carry out, there are still things to do against Iran and against Hamas. We will stay as long as required in the security zone in southern Lebanon. So just to repeat what he said earlier on before, but it's been noted by Channel 12 News as well.
LC, no, I'm not bullish at all on this market. Apple could be the candidate for the 3 deviation move on the downside. It is starting to lose the 2 deviation also. So remember, sell off happened from 1 deviation into 2 deviation in Apple today. I mean, it is right now using sometimes above it, sometimes below it. It can go back to it. That's why you're seeing some bullishness and bearishness based on these fluctuations. But overall, we are losing 2 deviation move, and we still have one more day to go. There could be more selling in this market.
So a reminder yesterday and on June 22nd that Netanyahu said that the IDF is going to stay in Lebanon security zone as long as needed. And he also said yesterday that as long as he's prime minister, that Israel will remain in the security strip. Just a heads up, Netanyahu is currently speaking live at the graduation ceremony. There isn't any translated version of this, but he has been speaking for the last couple of days, and more or less about the same thing now. Surely expecting the 4-week bill auction data. That concludes comments from Netanyahu. Four-week bill falls at 3.61% for the high yield, 3.61%, bid cover 2.74, with the US selling $70 billion in 4-week bills. And the US 4-week bill auction awarding 24.04% of bids at high. Israel's Defense Minister Katz now echoing Netanyahu's comments that the military will remain in security zones in Lebanon, Syria, and Gaza as long as necessary.
Wild moves.
Katz also adds that we will not withdraw from these security zones. Defense Minister Katz for Israel says we oppose withdrawal from the security zone in Lebanon despite pressure to do so. We will not withdraw. Carney from Canada says Trump caught him on Wednesday. Carney says the topics discussed with Trump included NATO and Iran.
Apple sold off big time. It is down 5%. Major reason for sell off. So I've never seen trend line work so perfectly before. Oh my goodness. Where were those trend lines in the morning? No, there's no buying going on, guys. I don't. This market is still coming down. That whatever pump you are seeing is more shorts getting squeezed, little bit of squeeze to them. There's no real buying going on in the market. Candles are brutal. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm not seeing the strength in this market. Hmm. Trend line, bounce from the trend line. Okay, trend lines. 29,521. I don't know. We have to be open for a new low also. Why? We still have Friday in this market. Still have one more day of selling. We're still sitting at the weekly low. Why not 2 deviation on the downside? We're still sitting at the weekly low on the Nasdaq. ES was leading the recovery. That's why I'm still hopeful that ES comes back for that weekly low one more time. Nasdaq loses that weekly low. Apple is in 2 deviation mode on the downside. Google bounce up the 2 deviation mode. It was in the 2 deviation mode. This week is nice selling. Technology semiconductors did crazy reversal from the weekly low, rallied, coming right back down. That is semiconductor technology. Look at that, hit the weekly low, rallied, came right back down here at the open. Yeah. Nasdaq is at the weekly expected low. It will be tough to lose that low, because here losing this low means it has to make a new low. It has to start selling off nasty. Gold is pumping, making new session highs. Just reducing the size if I can, because we are top of the hour now. Maybe
Seeing
it rallies
Freddie Mac
again.
30 fixed mortgage rate averaging 6.49% as of June 25th,
Okay.
compared to the prior of 6.47% the prior week. Also, Freddie Mac 15-year fixed mortgage rate averaged 5.84% as of June 25th. According to Arab News, saying that a source close to the negotiating team told the news agency that the withdrawal of Israel from occupied areas of Lebanon is one of the conditions of the final agreement and is considered an important red line by the Iranian team. Also, the source to Arab News says over the past 6 days, the volume of attacks on Lebanon has significantly decreased, indicating that Iran's actions have been effective. But Iran will not be satisfied except with a permanent ceasefire and the complete withdrawal of the regime from Lebanon. Google launches new Google Finance app for Android. Persian Gulf crude exports rebound to 75% of pre-war levels. So 13 million barrels of crude left region in 3 days through Wednesday.
Yeah, better that trend line works now from the upside. It did work from the downside all the time, bouncing the market. And now better it work from the upside as a resistance. Bitcoin below 60k. My goodness. I remember at 120k, people were saying it is going to 1 million.
Seems basic credit derivative starts trade after debut bond sale.
And unfortunately, I know person who was recommending, buy Bitcoin at 120k. Another person who was recommending buy gold at 5k. It's going to 20k. See, that trend line doesn't work, especially when we want it. We can recycle those 2 contracts which we exited. Nasdaq breaking the structure, going higher. ES is still in the zone, but ES also starting to challenge those highs. So this is that sell off. Recovery was fast in ES. It printed this high. It's still below that high from 1050. Nasdaq has taken out that 1050 high. It is making higher high. So divergence in the market. Nasdaq making higher high. ES still making lower highs. Apple is still selling. That's the reason why I'm like little bit more bearish. You can see that Apple, you can see right, continuing. It's making a new low, guys. Apple is headed into the 3 deviation mode on the downside. By tomorrow, I mean, if this sell-off continues, Apple could see 3 deviation move on the downside. Look at that, Apple making new lows. I doubt Nasdaq will be able to
Nasdaq
survive
100 index
those
extends
highs.
gains to 1%.
Especially ES, I showed you, right, making lower highs. Apple dumping. And Meta, you can see, right, another product which was hitting the lower edge at the open. Tesla, you can see, right, below the lower edge. Everything is still under sell. So the pop you are seeing is just shorts getting little bit of squeeze. Amazon selling, you can see, right, it is well below the weekly low. It is still selling. Microsoft is dumping, guys, like Apple. Look at that, guys. Microsoft is going into the 2 deviation mode on the downside. I mean, how can you go long in this market? What is being bought? Look at that. Microsoft headed into the 2 deviation mode on the downside. Apple we saw, right, selling. So Broadcom, yeah, is pumping. Nvidia has a little bit of bid, that's the reason why. But it is still overall a sell, you can see, right? I mean, so small, one product or the other, they are rotating and creating a little bit of squeeze effect. But I believe market is always right. Hope Nvidia doesn't go back all the way to the weekly low. Unbelievable. 873. Yeah. What a squeeze. Shorts are trapped. Yeah, I mean, squeezed, obviously. We should have taken break even on the top of the hour. We were break even on this trade. Total disaster.
Apple shares extend decline to 6% now, the biggest since April 2025. As a reminder, with Apple, they raised their Mac, iPad, and home prices to counter memory shortages. That headline came out at 20 to 9 in the morning. Quant Axios, Meta Superintelligence Labs hires Virtue AI founders.
So Apple continued to sell, as I showed you. Microsoft is continuing to sell. ES is not making, in fact, ES is making a lower high. Nasdaq has its own, I don't know, divergence with ES today. I mean, shorts are there, they can squeeze. That's what they were doing, squeezing the shorts. I'm not seeing buying in this market, guys. Unfortunately, this market rallied so much. I was wrong temporarily, but I'm not seeing any buyers in this market. There's a lot of selling going on. A serious doubt on this market right now. Back in a minute. So yeah, guys, some serious selling going on in Apple, Microsoft, even Nvidia and Google is now starting to sell. I don't know, guys, why it went up. Because of Nvidia, maybe because Nvidia had a new higher high. That's why. Look at that, Nvidia back to selling. Apple never stopped selling, guys. You can see, right, Apple going into it happens very quickly, guys. This is what I was telling to my members in the pre-market show. Like, we were right over here in the pre-market on Apple at 1x standard deviation. It has some negative catalyst, big news, that they are raising the price because of the high price of chips and whatnot. Once you lose our 1x standard deviation, the hedging or the algorithms kick in, selling begets selling, and this spirals. I mean, it may have taken, like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday to get to our lower edge, but it just took like 15 minutes go from 1x, to go from 1x into the 2x. It happens very quickly, like 1x into 2x happen within 15 minutes. That's how hedging activities work in the market. It took 4 days to full get here. 3 days, 3.5 days at least. Here to here 15 minutes, here to here another, maybe 30 minutes or 1 hour you could get here. You don't know, guys, what risk. If there is real buying, I would see it. I track all the sectors, all the stocks. I know it. If there is any buying going on in this market, there's no buying going on. Look at Apple, look at Microsoft, guys. I just drew to, I can feel, guys, I can tell you, right, where there is real strength. This is also going into the 2x move by before the end of the day. Look at Google has, briefly, or by small margin missed it. It's still coming back for it, I'm telling you, by tomorrow. Yeah, temporarily, yeah, they can take the market away from you because of what is short and their squeeze, but it doesn't mean that I'm on board for the longs. This market is coming down. Yes. Apple is a 3 deviation candidate to the downside. Apple down 6%, NQ still up 200 points. Early trading this, when Apple sells, everything sold. No, it will come down, don't worry. Nasdaq will also come down. Take the break even. RDGD. SOXL. What is SOXL? 3 times semiconductor something. X. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you trade something which is 3x. It's up 10%. Bull is up 10%. Unbelievable. Of the madness. So here, I told you, right? ES is not making higher highs anymore. Apple is selling, Microsoft is selling. I was surprised how this market was staying up, guys. I was very surprised.
Apple to skip high-end M6 Mac chips in favor of AI-focused M7. Apple is testing low-end MacBook Pro with regular M6 processor. Apple plans to roll out base M6 chip, then M7 Pro, Max and Ultra. Apple made rare strategy change to meet demand for AI workflows.
Come on, man, flush it. First we'll go up. Maybe redo the VWAP. No way. Come on, man, do it. Market is just making me look stupid. Like, get break even, take break even. That's all you are worth today. I don't know, guys. I am not that person who starts, like because of one losing trade, one losing day, I start, challenging or rethinking my strategy. I don't think so. This market is not going up. Temporarily, yeah, I can be wrong. It can squeeze me. The kind of selling we are seeing here, no way this market can go up, guys. Look at this Apple. Look at this is locked. This is locked. 1 deviation, 2 deviation. This is locked for 3 deviation today. Before end of the day, this is locked for 3 deviation move on the downside. Microsoft, you can see, right? There's hardly any bit. It's locked for 2 deviation mode on the downside. This is the best. This is the best trap already for the longs. They are stuck. It is going to sell. Nvidia, you can see, right, gave up the ghost. It is selling, and we saw, right, chart after chart. ES was not making a new at 1050. I told you, right, this was the high. It was making a lower high. I mean, everywhere I scan, it's a sell, sell, sell. The fucking Nasdaq won't break down.
Fed bids for 70 notes total $6.6 billion.
You want 620 to be broken? It's coming down, man. This market is coming down. We were temporarily squeezed. I mean, there's no doubt, guys. This market was weak. It was coming down. It's. Do you think they will wait for Asia to dump this? No, they have everything right now available right here, right now to do the sell off. They have all the ingredients. They have negative Apple catalyst. They have momentum on the downside.
Minutes ago now till we get the 7-year note auction. With the US looking to sell $44 billion, private cover was 2.52, prior high yield of 4.29%. So it's looking at some research then. Given a less supportive macro environment and rich valuations, JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring more of a concession in order to be digested smoothly. Latest C2C positioning data shows speculators were net short 911,000 10-year note futures, potential source of covering demand at the auction. Microsoft says in regards to their price hikes they did for their Xboxes that console storage and memory prices increased by over 2.5%. Microsoft expect another doubling by the fall of 2027. Prime is going to get the 70 node auction, prior bid cover of 2.52, prior high yield of 4.29%. 1 minute ago now to appear the one issued for the 7-year note auction. Ten seconds. Four spot 26%, 4.26% for the one issued.
Yeah, I mean temporarily, yes, it can again go back to VWAP. That's what it did last time. ES still very bearish, so I want to stay short until ES is making lower lows, lower highs.
Surely expecting the rest of the data now for the 7-year note auction. Four spot 26%, 4.26%. Bid to cover 2.5, 2.5. So the US selling $44 billion of 70 notes and awarding 36.22% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 12.75%, direct 29.7%, and indirect 57.55%. So that's on the screws.
Seven-year US Treasury yield little changed after auction, last down 2.25 basis points at 4.254%.
Okay, let me go bring my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So I'm back with my food. I don't know how long it's going to take before any flush can happen. Or maybe there is no more new low today for today. But looking at everywhere, I see Apple is starting to catch a bid now, but Nvidia is still red, Google red, Microsoft red, Meta red. I'll try to wait a little bit patient. Yeah, I would like to reduce the size. Let's see, I'll be on mute next few minutes while I finish my lunch. Yeah, the range is crazy, guys. Unbelievable, like how big this product and how dangerous this product has become. Staying in this short has been like really torturing for me. But why should I kill this short? There is no reason to kill this short. Yeah, absolutely. It is the reality now. Everyone must trade micros. Everyone must scale in, scale out, because you can see, right, many times I went green, and the squeeze or the consolidations are going to be so huge in the range. You can never time the top and bottom perfectly, even though you have good levels, good analysis. The wick, your level will still be fine. It will still reject. But what if they create a wick? They just run through the stop losses, get right back into that level, and create a wick. You cannot survive the wick. Even though your levels will work as a support, your levels will work as a resistance, but the wick they create doesn't matter, right? 15 minute, 5 minute, half hour, whatever time frame works for you.
Iraq SOMO has issued tender for sale of July loading oil, according to traders.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they do. They make it impossible for you to get short. And this is what is going to happen to me. I'm eventually going to give it up, because it's not easy to stay short for 3-4 hours like this. And once I give up on my short, maybe I try to go long. That's where the rug pull is going to happen. That's what happened yesterday also. Short are best at the open. If at the open you happen to be short and then they do this kind of a move which they did today, rest all the day, just wait for the sell off and buy after the sell off.
So according to
That's the easier
US and Uzbekistan announced early harvest on trade.
If I were brand new, not looking to do extensive trading, that's what I would do. Avoid the open, or if just stay short if the market is overbought in the pre-market overnight session. If you see rallies,
Uzbekistan commits to eliminate or reduce tariffs on a wide range of US industrial goods and agricultural products, and the US commits to provide favorable consideration in tariff actions for Uzbekistan industrial goods and agricultural products. The US and Uzbekistan also agreed to strengthen investment cooperation and explore pathways for promoting and facilitating bilateral investments. And the US and Uzbekistan will accelerate negotiations towards an agreement on reciprocal trade and investment.
yeah, afternoon or once the volume is gone, it's very difficult to get the short trade. You can see, right, even though we may have got some winners, but the amount of pain, amount of weight it may have cost us was not worth the effort. It needs to be rug pull. It needs to be like everyone is bullish on the market, then a sudden rug pull. That's the best way for them to do the sell off. Like we already had down days for Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You have nice micron earning market rallies. People lose their guards. They think like finally it's over now, downside, and that's where they do the rug pull. Again, getting bullish. One market is bearish, one market is bullish. What to trust? Look at ES continuing to see it continuing to make lower highs, lower lows, and this Nasdaq fucking won't give up its trend lines. It must be following some kind of a trend line. Just not ready to lose its character. Oh, I'm just respecting my trend line. Yeah, sure. Where was the trend line here? Yeah, it's still making like small. Whatever. It's narrowing as I think Darlock mentioned. It's just narrowing, and it is suddenly going to burst towards the up or downside. Yes, looking bearish. Then Nifty, yeah, NQ at least it is working in predictable manner, right? Nifty and other like markets, I don't know if they are this efficient. At least we know what is going on, right? That's what I was giving an example to members in the pre-market show. At least you know what hit you. Today we know, right? He is sitting at the weekly expected move lower edge. Nasdaq, you can see, right? We are here at the weekly expected move lower edge. Apple sold off, has a negative news. Sold off 1 deviation, 2 deviation. Look at that, guys. Here's where new round of selling could begin. We just retested. As the retest reject happens, we could get the third deviation move down on Apple now. We just broke, retest, reject. We could again start selling in this market. So you don't have this kind of efficiency in the market. Even in this kind of a sell-off, you already, like, at least you can see, right, make sense of what is going on in this market. Initial part of the week, yeah, Micron reported good earnings. Semiconductors were weak initially. Look at that, sell off into the weekly low, rallies back with the Micron earning, coming right back down, now trying to do the recovery. Reason we are still short is because semiconductors are fine, they're bouncing, but technology, look at technology, it's weak. It's lower edge and bounce, and now again it's not a strong recovery so far. Look at Microsoft, guys, headed into the 2 deviation mode downside. Apple we just saw, right? Here's the retest rejects, we still come down. Nvidia you can see, right, not looking strong here, looking weak. Just matter of time. I don't know, like you can see, right, our master still in the process of rejecting. Once we, yes, you can see, right, with our levels also it's not doing well. It's making lower highs, continuously rejecting our levels. We are not breaking and making higher highs anywhere. But I don't know how long we'll need to wait in this short. We have already waited for many hours now. This market is coming down, guys, no doubt, and no way I'm going to go long. Even if I get stopped out, lose this trade, I don't think I want to go long in this towards the end of the day. I don't think so. Even if it rallies, it will rally without me. So yeah, in that aspect, Nimesh, yes, US markets are really efficient. Even in this kind of a sell-off, this kind of volatility, you are still able to make sense what is going on in the market. There's proper structure, there's proper, auditing. At least I hope, we haven't seen any big scam, right, where like the reports are fraud, or the numbers are wrong, they are validated. So we are still not, like, I would say, like, anyone who is member, I am like completely through, there is no looking back now. It's not like that. We still need to respect the sizing. We still need to respect, the temporary market can squeeze you, can run through your stop losses. You cannot get emotional. If you get emotional, you have drawdowns, you lose. That's what has happened this week. Miss and hit. Yeah, we win some, we lose some. Overall, like, it's not out and out green for us also, and it is fine. In this volatility, in 1 year, 2 years of experience of trading, you blow everything you have. There's nothing left. At least 3-4 years into trading with this kind of knowledge, with this kind of patience level, at least the losses are like decent, graceful. You won't like completely blow all the accounts you have. You will still make money you'll lose. There's no way, there's no escape from losing, guys. If anyone thinks like following my strategy or any strategy you will not have any losing trade, you're wrong. Until you get used to losing, until you accept failures, this profession is not for you.
Stop filled.
support for Ukraine at the summit,
News
with
was
Zelensky
turned
to
off.
attend.
Thanks for reminding. I automatically got turned off. I don't know how. Oh, excuse me.
Goolsby says have long been uneasy with forward guidance. Goolsby says don't hate the dot plot. And Goolsby says but don't want to commit on years ahead forecasts. Oil hit session high, Brent crude trades above $75 a barrel.
Stop filled.
And Goolsby says the Fed Chair Task Force will think through options on dot plot, and we welcome that. Goolsby says the balance sheet in emergencies was used as monetary policy, but don't think of that usually. Goolsby says in a world where future productivity gains from AI are factored into stock values and people start spending on that basis, that can overheat. Goolsby says spending now, counting on future gains, make me nervous about potential inflationary pressure. Goolsby says seeing some glimmers of hope on services inflation. And Goolsby says, but it's still way higher than where it needs to be. Goolsby says core inflation is still well too high and trending the wrong way. Goolsby says sympathetic to Walsh argument on forward guidance. Goolsby says if core CPI is from services that make me more nervous than if it's from goods or oil related items. Goolsby says wages aren't a good leading indicator for inflation. And Goolsby says inflation could go up before wages go up. Goolsby says applauds streamlining the Fed statement.
Stop filled.
Yeah, I cannot go long in this market. All these pops are just for eating stop losses. I don't think there is any real buying going on here. As long as there are shorts, we can see, right, market not doing much, selling, people get short here and they run through the stop losses with one big green candle. That's it. I don't think there will be follow through here.
Oil futures extend gains, US gasoline prices up by 5%.
Yes, your breakout. Telling you guys, there's no buying going on in this market. They're just fucking with shorts. And trend lines. Oh my god, the trend line.
Stop filled.
I fear the trend line now. So, how to trade? Just wait for the pop and short the pops. Because you see the weakness, you short, they start squeezing you. You cannot wait for the weakness to, confirm and then go short, because it's already time to stop you out, squeeze you.
NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $71.92 a barrel, up $1.58 or 2.25%. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at around $3.29 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at around $3.02 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at around $3.34.
Yeah, this is bottom of the hour now, along with the top of the hour. We need to appoint a volunteer to remind us. I know Vijay, Amit, Pawan, they do great job here in the chat, reminding it's top of the hour. Yeah, guys, we'll have to include bottom of the hour also. Algorithm changes at top of the hour, bottom of the hour. Can we still sell off? When was I on the buy side? I'm not on the buy side. I'm not in your party. If you're long and it's too late. The problem is what I suffered, you will also suffer. I mean, I have been short, consistently short. All I got was rip your face off squeeze, right? Every time they just kept squeezing me. Squeeze. We know it's not going up. Everything in the market is pointing down to me. They just had to suck in long. They had to make them believe. They had to make them draw their trend lines. They had to make them believe that it's a higher high structure. Bottoms, they are holding. We haven't broken previous bottom since this time, that time. Fuck. Everyone onboarded. Now let's do the rug pull. You have to be very determined to get a shot in the market. Yeah, it's after that morning move, it's more about fight. Just fight to get your trade. You won't get a clean move. You cannot size up, especially when you size up, they are going to run over you with their stop loss eater candle. Back in a minute.
So Iran's Persian Gulf Strait Authority says vessels outside PGSA set route will not be guaranteed safe passage. This is a post on X.
these are very sharp retracements. Even if you are getting, like you can see, right, some big flush, you are not able to take full advantage of it because you don't know, right? You try to trail, you're constantly getting stopped out.
Brent crude futures settle at $75.26 a barrel, up $1.52 or 2.06%.
Excuse me.
Stop filled.
Bullish, 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 bullish. All of a sudden bearish. Bullish, 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 bearish. Bullish, 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 bullish. One big bearish. Bullish, 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 bullish. One big bearish. At least I have maintained my side. I have kept it bearish on my end, no matter what market is doing in that short time frame. So as of now, it's looking like it's going to finish right at our weekly expected move lower edges. These are our weekly expected move edges for this week. Seems like we are going to have finish right at that spot. In fact, yesterday's finish was also at that spot.
AP News reports that the UN
day
Maritime
before.
Agency pauses the evacuation of ships through Hormuz.
So you can see, right, we have been finishing right at our weekly low, weekly low, weekly low, weekly low, weekly low. So we are still nailed here at that price. Generally, it's not a good sign. It's a sign of weakness that we are not able to clear this and go back up. More time we spend here, likelihood that we go past that zone. ES, you can see, right, none out of Nasdaq ES showing signs of recovery. And things like, you can see that Microsoft, not only one deviation, it is towards a 2 deviation downside. Google, you can see that not 1 deviation but 2 deviation on the downside. Apple, not 1, not 2, it's starting to flirt with the 3rd deviation now on the downside.
So the UN
Amazon
Maritime Agency pauses
flirting.
the plan to evacuate ships through the Strait of Hormuz following the vessel attack earlier today, which was cited by the Wall Street Journal about an hour ago.
Amazon flirting with the 2 deviation move on the downside. You can do the exercise here if you want. Could be a candidate for 2 deviation move tomorrow. So it looks like the story is more about 2 deviation move on the downside for big tech stocks at least. Some of the sectors are strong, like financial, healthcare. Meta, you can see, right, sitting right at the lower edge.
So keep in mind, this is
Tesla,
similar to a comment that we saw
lower
from
edge.
the UN's shipping agency, announced around the
Broadcom,
same time as the ship attack in the Strait of
lower
Hormuz.
edge.
So they did say that the evacuation plan will be paused until further clarity is obtained.
Top of the hour.
The Bank of Canada report said that Canadians in all communities the bank visited expressed concern with the cost of living. The report said private sector economists felt that the Bank of Canada had too many measures of core inflation over the past decade and said the bank should focus on total inflation.
White House official says the US is looking into the strike on the ship in Hormuz, and it's too soon to say who attacked the ship.
I don't want to go long, and shorting has been so frustrating for me. I have had winners, but after like hours and hours of wait, and that also small green after taking huge drawdowns. The problem is you have to wait for weakness to go short, and as you see the weakness to go short, they start ripping. Look at this, there's a weakness, you go short, they rip, and they keep you up and stuck in a trade for hour or so. Then you see the weakness, you short, they get you stuck. You see the weakness, you short, they get you stuck, they squeeze you to the death. Now who wants to short this? I want to short this and get stuck. Oh man, this market is coming down. From all perspective, it is coming down. My analysis has been spot on, guys, but the output has not been so great last 3-4 days. Yeah, he has a good analysis. Analysis is good, output sucks. It's the volatility, guys. It's you can't do anything, right? When you have 1,000-point sudden sharp movement, you can't do anything about it. You just have to take it on chin. It's one candle, 100 point, 60 point, 80 point from nowhere. Maybe options. You need capital. You need a lot of risk capital. Anyway, we tagged our lower edge one more time on the Nasdaq. Look at that. Came right back into our weekly expected move lower edge. That's our weekly. Nasdaq straight into that weekly. It's going to finish right at weekly. It's not going to reveal its cards. It is going to. I think X Mirani was correct. They would rather do it in the overnight session or the pre-market tomorrow, and not let us participate in that short. Yeah, in fact, our analysis has been good since last Friday. We have been calling this market short since last Friday. We are not seeing, guys, even though there were rallies going on in the market, we are not seeing any buying in the individual stocks or sectors. Two names, financial and healthcare, they have been crazy. They have been buying. Big firms have been buying financial, healthcare, and it is reflecting in the Dow. Dow made a new all-time high. And as I was showing you all the weekly lower edges, look at here. Healthcare above our weekly expected move upper edge. Financial, almost went into the upper edge this morning and came right back down. But there is a sector strength. It's only tech which is supremely weak. Who wants to go long? I don't. Have been looking for a selling since early afternoon. Finally, it is looking weaker now. I even if I don't join on the short side, I don't want to be the one now who suffers selling here in this last final hour of the day. Both the market, Nasdaq, ES, nailed right at our weekly expected move lower edge. Not even not even penny above below it. This is Nasdaq, ES, sorry. This is ES and this is Nasdaq, nailed right at our weekly expected move lower edge. How more accuracy it can be. That's the right price. There was a show in India, I think Das Ka Dam. Like what percentage? I'm sure like it's a copied from US or UK. That's what Indian shows are about. At least the game shows, right? They're mostly copied from UK, US. So it was called Das Ka Dam, I think. You have to guess, right? How many percentage of people have voted that this is the right value for Nasdaq today? It is exactly like that. This is the exact, if the markets are going to be bearish, they are supposed to be here. Sure, it is there. How about, it is a percentage. You can, be above. Nope, that is the right price. I agree with you. I gave you that price a week ago. Last weekend you had this price. Still the right price. If you are going to be the bearish, this is the spot. Here's your spot. If you are going to be bullish, that's your spot. Bearish, this is your spot. Nasdaq, yes, exactly at that spot. Until next catalyst comes. Yesterday we had a catalyst into end of the day. Micron, good earnings, we rallied. Today at the open we had a negative catalyst. Apple raising price on their iPad, MacBook, all the products because of the higher cheap cost they would be facing. Don't come back from this. Don't you buy it. You don't come back from this kind of a momentum. It's nice strong momentum building on the downside. You don't you bounce now, guys. I'm still short. I have been short. I'm still short in many of my accounts. Don't go long, guys. Don't go long.
SpaceX plans to build a natural gas pipeline to fuel rockets.
Rate cut. Markets are pricing in at least 2 rate hikes. Forget the rate cut. Markets are starting to price some rate hikes. But inflation came okay today. It was not that bad, despite of high oil prices. And now that oil has started to come down, it's a big. It's going to be a big surprise. You know what Fed will do. There's no, I mean, as such, oil prices coming down, it doesn't put pressure on them to hike the rate. Rate cut will be a surprise for the market if they do it. That's what market needs, a rate cut. You're right. These slow trickle down are very risky. You know, you miss the spot of taking profit and they can simply rally 200 points.
To the Pentagon are to allow critical minerals plants on US Army bases.
starting to show some reversal, but I can't buy this long X. But at least throughout afternoon I have shorted the market, and you can see, right, it was not a bad decision. After this sell off on all this, I was short bias. I mean, overall it looks like a positive structure on Nasdaq, but on ES, no. ES never turned positive on that structure. It still continues to sell. You can see, right, ES has maintained the weakness throughout the session. It has never shown any sign of breaking above, except for here. It's still, I mean, I'm looking for a new low actually here in ES. Low, new low, lower low, at least a new lower low. We are starting to reject our structure, weekly lower edge. That is Nasdaq. ES, here's Apple rejecting Nasdaq. You can see it, break, retest, reject. That's why I'm saying, right, even if it shows that it is reversing and whatnot, I cannot go long in this market. Let's see, bottom of the hour, 1 minute to go. Maybe it starts pumping. No wonder ES is negative for the session, down 0.14. Nasdaq is still in green, 145 points. Gimme those 145 points. Turn negative. Yeah, this is what you get when the retail is short. Trickle down, small, drop by drop, new low with your heart in your mouth. At this, anytime this can reverse on you. And that is the kind of short we get. The shot we suffer, like if you are long, it's the morning shot. 1,000 points. I don't know, guys. I took my profit now, just now. I cannot handle this suspense. Although the probability is we go down. But I have Indy on my mind right now. Indy. There is no wick. There is no wick here on the hourly. What if it goes back up to make that wick and then comes down? That's why you should never listen to all these things. It stays in your mind, and then it messes with your decision making skills. Like here, I have doubt, right? I have been looking for this painful short throughout the afternoon. I got one finally. As I mentioned, I closed all the shorts in all my account, but I tortured myself sitting through all these drawdowns each time, taking small profits. Eventually I have got one big winner now, but it is like taking drawdown just to recover that loss and then some small green. It's not worth. So volume dissipate. The problem is again in the when we are short, as I mentioned, right, it becomes a summer market. When we are long and market dumps, there's a institutional volume selling, huge volatility in the market. VIX still up 2.74%, 19 levels. Yeah, I think there's some more downside in this market. Yeah, so yes, controlled slowly but surely it has come down, but it's very painful to hang on to such short. And as I mentioned, right, at any given point of time, you could simply get such ripping, you know, reversals in between.
So seeing a text release here from Fed's Williams. So he pushes back, hitting the 2% target from 2027 to 2028 now. He reiterates that monetary policy is well positioned for the current economy. Williams says, I expect inflation to moderate to 3.5% this year, and said if the Middle East war disruptions are resolved soon, that will lower inflation pressures. Williams expects inflation pressure to moderate, says thus far US is resilient against war economic impacts, and says it is imperative for the Fed to get inflation to 2%. Fed's Williams says, I see the US growing at 2.25%, unemployment rate down to 4% by 2028. Says the standing repo operations are a key tool to cap interest rate pressure, and that the Fed will adjust reserve management buying as needed. Middle East war continues to contribute to risks and uncertainties, and the job market has proven resilient.
So yeah, guys, be careful for tomorrow or the overnight sessions if you would be trading, because now things which were up, they are starting to sell. Like Dow Jones, it hit the upper edge of the expected move. It is now starting to sell. Russell, which was positive, making higher highs on new all-time highs, starting to sell. And these things are hanging here at the lows. We could be opening the door to the downside tomorrow or tonight. ES continues to make a new low. Yeah, this divergence has been killing me. Nasdaq is not printing new lower lows, but ES is. So you have to be careful. That's why the sell-off is very slow and very gradual.
One minute now until we get the markets on close imbalance. 10 seconds. Markets on close imbalance. S&P 500 a buy side of 1.2 billion, Nasdaq 100 a sell side of 89 million, Dow 30 buy side 1.1 billion, Mag 7 buy side of 1 billion.
So at least end of the day, Nasdaq is surviving, not printing a new lower low. So far you can see, right, ES has managed to make new small little lows. Here it is yet to break. Maybe one more flush remains to take out this low. Nasdaq, no. It has made sure that higher low, and a higher low is there, and we are finishing right at our weekly expected move, lower edge. Everything TBD for tomorrow. So ideally, I think, like, what will be the best? The selling or flush continues until at least Dow Jones reaches the weekly midpoint, and that marks the bottom for the week, and then finally we have some rally in the market. Because if they have come here and spending so much time here at the lows, even if after rallying, after micro earning, they came back here, which means they want to go a little bit lower. And especially the big tech, right? I showed you, right? Not in a great state. Microsoft can live with that 2 deviation move on the downside. Apple is flirting and is a candidate for 3 deviation move on the downside. Nvidia is a candidate. I can draw and show you what is going to be the 2 deviation on the downside. It's starting to bounce right now, which is normal for Nasdaq. As for tonight, it is not going to make a new lower low. After hours, tomorrow morning can happen. But here's the 2 deviation move on the downside for Nvidia. Google already into the 2 deviation mode on the downside. Amazon, we are ready, prepared to catch a 2 deviation move on the downside. Meta still at the lower edge. Tesla still at the lower edge. Broadcom still at the lower edge. SpaceX first week, guys. This is the first week I shared my SpaceX level, and look at that sell off right into our weekly low. It's been flirting with our weekly low throughout the week, but that was straight on Monday morning itself. Sold off into the weekly low. Micron, I'm thinking now its market cap is bigger than Meta, so either I'll replace it with Meta or have Micron as a permanent spot in our weekly expected move going forward. I'll see. I'll try to add it. Alright guys, I'll leave you here. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Take care. Bye bye, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye.